Oh, I'm not supposed to start on this screen, am I? Gremlin jump scare for the early, I suppose. 1 minute. Give me a second while I hide in your walls. I'm in your walls. All right. We are in ad time, but you know what? That's okay. What's up? That's right. We're early today. Quite a bit early today. I have a lot to do. And I'd like to get done with at least one of the apps today if we can be lucky enough to do so. Um so I already have this. So what I'm doing right now is I'm downloading the BepInEx plugin. But because I have to do it from. Okay. Create a new project. Okay. Here we go. Oh dear. That's probably why I can't find these things. The default new project directory has been the wrong directory. That's not good. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to make a Thunderstore team. Do I have to? I don't want to make a Thunderstore account. I have to give them access to my GitHub? They want access to my email? I don't want to give them access to my email. Oh well. I have to make a team, create team. Huh? Alright. Alright. After all of that, we have the template open. All right. Here we go. It's interesting to see what why does it keep like going to the sleeping thing? Um there's a bit of a cataclysm going on in uh in Mayoshi because people keep posting going live notifications on their bulletins and people are not happy about it. And essentially there's a lot of people who are angry about it. And it's kind of funny to me. Cuz it's like I get it. It is annoying to see a bunch of people advertising their stream. And it's also not like a platform for viewers. There are very few viewers on Mayoshi. Um it's like the result of posting your stream on Mayoshi is not very likely to be anything productive for you. There's a lot of people who are like angry about it. And I'm just like, look guys, you can just make a tamper monkey script to delete it all. You can just delete that shit. Like you just delete it. Like just hit him with one of these. And then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Anyway, this built, it looks like. So now we can get to actually um doing all the stuff. And I have already done a lot of the research. That research is in this document. Make a new markdown sheet. Did not have a template for markdown? Oh dear. I've angered the template selector. They don't. All right. So here is our information. I guess they don't have markdown support. This is our information that we've got. So we need to inject that player handler update prefix. And then we need to get the player handler we already have. We need to get this information, and the plan is to export something like this. Just a player's object with a bunch of information about everybody's status. So what this is going to be used for, if you are not aware, I think you're aware because I can see the people in chat and you were here yesterday, but for anybody in the VODs, we're doing a 32 player peak session, and the idea is I would like to have a secondary stream showing everybody's status. And the way I can think to do that is to have the server host, me, install a plugin that will send data over the internet to the application that will be drawing everything. So this is that application. Every, I think, 10th of a second, I would like to do. We're going to send everybody's entire stamina bar statuses, as well as whether or not they're passed out and dead, how close they are to actually passing out, and how close they are to actually dying. That's the plan. So we just need to find all of this information. So what we need to do is figure out how to hook code. I have the Peak modding wiki open here. Where did my tab go? I have the Peak modding wiki open on one of these. I have a lot of shit open. A calculator open from like a week ago. All right, so let's see. Move on with this project structure. Yep. Um, so they said at the root of your project, you should see config build user prompts. Yeah. So this template file looks like. Um, make a copy. All right, fine. All right. What are we doing now? This file will copy your assembly files to a plugins directory that can be used to configure your paths to the game files. Defaults don't work. Okay. Um, that's all good. Understore packaging. You should configure understore.toml. Um, okay. Um, okay. We're just gonna leave that. I don't really plan on putting this on Thunderstore, so I'm going to be just installing it locally. Okay. So writing code. Move on to that. This is the important bit after all. Um, it looks like the Peak Wiki is based on the Lethal Company modding wiki. So do I just add a NuGet package for Harmony X? Yep. Okay. So Harmony patch type of player service. What was it called? I forget. Um, oh, player handler. Lib, huh? Hey Kong, where is pclib? Where do I find this? I've made mistakes, I guess. Where the hell is where do I get peak? Unfortunately, it doesn't actually tell me. Um, I'm doing good. Peak modding, pclib, core, items, and UI. I really only need core. I don't really need items and UI support. Can I add a dependency to the actual assembly C# DLL? I don't actually know what I'm doing. Um, I can't even reference a DLL file. Um, Book gen patcher? Hmm. I think maybe we can look at the Peak Unlimited project and see if we can figure out how they've done it. So Peak Unlimited dot solution. Nope, we need the project. So they add a reference to BipNX core analyzers assembly publicizer. Auto plugin. Okay. So they reference assembly C# directly, which I can't do directly in Visual Studio, so I'm just gonna have to edit the project file myself. I've accidentally hit unlock. Not what I needed. So item group reference. If I could spell reference right. Reference include is the program files x86. I should just open the Peak folder instead of trying to guess its entire path. Yeah. Especially since I was just wrong. Okay. So if I unload this project and reload this project, we now have references to Peak. Hooray. Now, how many patches of player handler? The fuck else do I write? Name of player handler dot update. Harmony prefix, because we want it to run beforehand. Private static void player handler update. Player handler instance. It does have to be named double underscore instance. Now I could do instance dot players. No. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. I need to open IL Spy again. Oh, it's actually uh okay. Well, first things first, we need to make our class for the player information. Okay. Where has my research gone? I saved it, but it doesn't appear in the tree. That's weird. I mean, it's not the worst thing. I still have the research open in um Visual Studio Code. All right. So our output format is um okay. So the player has a public string name, public string ID, public float array statuses equals new float of num or peak dot num statuses. Where is num statuses defined? Um bar affliction dot num statuses? There it is. Um what am I looking at? Explain in simple terms. So essentially, we have here it is. We want this. We're trying to send this over the internet. So there would be like this, where you have two players, and maybe John has a lot of injury or whatever. Um, and we're trying to send this information over the internet so that we can draw a stream overlay showing the status of every player. Um, for the stream event. One of the things I did forget to look at is where the hell is the player's altitude? I didn't look at that. Um, not going to be in character afflictions. It might be directly under character. Uh-uh. Am I getting paid for this? Am I the host? I am the host, and I am not getting paid for this. I would love if I got paid for it, but I don't. I don't think I'm getting paid for this. Character refs. Nope. Character stats. Height in meters. Is that okay? Yeah, no, that is the correct thing. So I do want to add height to this. Thanks for the 5 bits. Let me change this so that there we go. Now I can be on the right scene to see this. Yeah, thank you. So we can yoink all of this by setting character equals C, public void refresh, name equals, actually we need to have player. Okay. So name equals player dot name. No name? Oh no. I didn't consider that I wouldn't have access to their name. The hell am I supposed to do about that? Um, player. Uh, um, that is a slight issue. Hmm. What do I have? I have player dot done with cutscene, hotbar selection change, backpack slot, as closed end screen, items change selection, item slots, and temple slot. I don't even have their ID. I have nothing. Hmm. If I could get access to the photon player information. Because I don't have access to any information about what specific one this is. Unless character includes actor number. I mean, character has a back reference to player. But that's probably peak player and not photon player. Character name? That might help. Okay, I can get back to it from player character view owner nickname, but I can't actually get there. But character name is that name. ID equals player dot get user ID. That works. Next is statuses equals player dot get or player dot character dot get statuses. What we can do is character player dot character. Then we can by these refs dot afflictions dot get statuses. Or actually statuses, I think. Current statuses. Actually, what we can do is array.copy from here to here for statuses.length. We'll also assert or if this.length does not equal statuses.length. Throw exception. The statuses were not the same length. All right, we'll copy that. Okay. So that copies the status information. Now we need to create a player death info object. Or actually, we already have one. We just need to fill it. So death info dot death timer equals character dot refs dot afflictions dot death. Nope. Character dot data dot death timer. Death info dot torpor equals character dot data dot pass out value. Death info dot passed out equals character dot data dot fully passed out. Death info dot dead equals character dot data dot dead. Okay. So we have now bound all of the information we're looking for. So now what we want to do is create this info object. It'll probably be better to reuse players instead of rebinding them. Especially if we're going to be doing this, 32 times 10 times a second, so 320 times a second. All right. Actually, this is going to happen 60 times a second. Uh, This should theoretically work. Okay, so get user ID doesn't work because it depends on a photon library I just don't have. Okay. So it actually wrote my plugin to the folder. So at hazard of blowing up my computer, I am actually going to run peek. Just see what happens. I knew something looked weird there. Okay. Let's see what happens. Theoretically, this will write data to local app data temp. So we're gonna host a game. That would help if I was facing the right way, wouldn't it? So far, no project, no like file exists. I also just realized that there's nothing tracking how much stamina you have. I don't believe it's worked. my logger hasn't actually done anything. I think the log level isn't high enough. So now I'm logging info. This should absolutely annihilate the log. The log is going to be going crazy. So let me hide the Visual Studio group so you can see peak. Flashbang, sorry. The game takes a while to load. Oh, you know what it is? I never call the thing to actually patch it, do I? Yeah, no, that'll do it. Dumbass forgets to patch the game. I was wondering why nothing was happening. All right, this should probably crash the game because I'm not doing any checking to make sure that this is sensible before doing it. Second the player handler is enabled, the game is probably going to crash. Could not find method for type player handler name update in parameters. Done. So my patch is breaking. All right. Player handler does have an update function, but it's derived. Yeah, so the problem is that player. Well, that's player, not player handler. So player handler derives from game service, which is an abstract class with an update and awake method. So player handler does neither, actually. Um, I could postfix game handler. That might work. That's more like what I expected. There's a monumental amount of spam. Slightly worrying thing is that the log right now is showing my name as null. And last I checked, my name isn't null. Okay. It's not working. It does get that there is a player, but does not correctly instantiate that player. Probably because I never actually dictionary of player to player info objects. If or we'll just do objects at for each var player in players. Objects at player equal, or if not objects that contains key of player, then objects at player equals new player info object player hydrate 1 minute. So for var object in objects dot values object dot refresh object dot values water. All right. Get me some. Reactivate my air conditioning because it's getting hot in here again. Oh shit. We have information. The ID is still nothing, but we can maybe live with that. How long is one of these updates? 179 bytes. Okay. I want to take a backpack, bunch of items. See now if the wait is happening. The wait is happening. So now if I stand in this fire, the fire will be happening. All right. Strangely enough, passed out never became true there. Despite the fact I fully ran out of juice. Passed out didn't become true there either. Even when I fully ran um out of HP. I mean, I can use the passed out option, but like I fully ran out of stamina. I don't know why it's not marking me as passed out. Let's see. Um, what method did Geek Unlimited use to render to the screen? How did you do that? Um, hmm. How does it do that? What does it say when you start a lobby? Because I know it says a bunch of stuff in the top left, and I could search the repository with that. It says extra marshmallows enabled. Okay. Okay. Mm. Hmm. The problem is we need a reference to the player connection log, and I don't know where that exists. The code. We analyze this instantiated by, used by. Hmm. Where are we going to get this? Player connection log doesn't appear in the code other than its own definition file, which means it's probably a thing that's let's see. Types and members, yeah. It. So it's directly instantiated by a game object itself. I mean, I can make a maybe we could do something like this. Instance. All right, PCL equals instance. All right. Theoretically, this will allow us to log to the screen in real time the state of uh the player's object. If we're lucky. It probably won't work, and honestly, it's probably gonna freak the fuck out. Or crash. Or both. Oh shit. It just works. It's gonna flash a lot. But now we can see in real time what the game is detecting my status to be. Find the list twice. Okay. Um. Okay. So I've just added in a looping counter, which will force it to wait. It'll only update the text every 30 frames, which should help a lot with the flashing and making it very difficult to read. It is actually still frame rate dependent, so it would actually be better to set my frame rate to be lower. See, the weird thing is there are two of me now. I can set the frame rate to be lower. Set it to 30. That did not work. Weirdly enough, now it's flashing the text more. Really enough, the death timer actually went up while I was... curious. I want to try holding E while I recover. To see if I can get the death timer to remain high. Alright, so I managed to deal a quarter of my death timer. See if the game properly clears it. Oh. Very interesting. You can actually take damage that will persist. Actually, now I kind of want to try fully recovering. No way, I just hit myself with a coconut. It's weird that the death timer doesn't decay while you're, like, awake. At this point, I don't even need one anymore. But yeah, the death timer does not properly clear itself. Wonder what the highest value you can get is in the death timer while actually being healed and fine. The highest amount of damage you can take is about 33%. Which makes sense because that's the amount of death timer you take every second while holding E. So yeah, if you're actively attempting to become Ghost, you'll only have 2/3 as long whenever you go down next. Actually, interestingly enough, you never, once you've gone down, you never actually have as long. You're always down about 1 second. Actually, exactly 1 second. The first time you go down, you have 60 seconds to live, and every subsequent time you only have 59. All right. So, weirdly enough, the data is there twice. Do this. So change the code to now only update the UI once every 120 updates, which is 4 times slower. just so that it stops flashing so much. Does anybody have peek? The audience? Have we got any peekers in the chats? Actually, it looks like we haven't got anybody in the chat to begin with. Either that or Twitch is doing weird shit. I just want to see if this works with multiple players. Why are there still two of them? My guess is that they're not unique. Okay, hold on. Instead of just player, we need to do... We don't have the player's ID. How do we deduplicate players? We could do it by name. Um, okay. The idea is to swap the key type from player, which will be different if the player itself is maybe a different instance of the player. I think that's probably why. I think there's one instance of the player in the airport, and then it spawns a different instance of the player in the actual mountain map. Um, so you end up with two copies of the player in the list. This should deduplicate the list to only be based on the player's name, which can be checked and the references are not equal. Or it'll be it'll only have one of them, even if the text isn't the same exact copy of it. Okay. Have a bit of fire. There's two things I want to add. Three things I want to add, actually. Which is support for extra stamina. And actual stamina. And then also tracking how high you are on the mountain. I don't want your extended status. I don't care like if you have... Actually, I do need to know if you have infinite stamina. And for how long you do still have infinite stamina. The weird thing is this debug stuff is not that great. What I could even do is check to see if it's the same as it was before, and if it isn't, then it doesn't reset it till every 8 seconds have passed. Okay. No, poison takes 30 seconds to start going down, so I'm gonna only have like 20 seconds left when I recover. Actually, I shouldn't use. I take a little bit of injury, or not. Um, I need to take a little bit of damage, but at this rate, if I take like actual poison damage from an urchin, I'm gonna just die. My it takes 30 seconds to recover from it, and because I have burnt a quarter of my death timer, I'm actually not gonna recover in time, and I will very, very disappointingly just die. It will be kind of funny though. Let's see. Actually, I'm curious if this will reset my death timer. No. About my infinite stamina. It should make using the play dead emote reduce sleepy faster. You're literally sleeping. Oh no. Wow, that did very little fall damage once. Okay. So it works. Now all we have to do is send it over the internet. So probably we'll actually broadcast over UDP so that we don't have to have connections. So we'll do socket S. Broadcast socket 2. We'll re-enable the Visual Studio view so that you can actually see what I'm doing. Essentially, this is all the changes I made. Is I made a player connection log reference. I added a counter, and every 120 updates, it resets the message on the screen. It still flashes horrifyingly often. I don't know why, but oh well. So we can want to move these to new files. Kind of clean up a little bit. Okay. So our broadcast socket is going to be a new socket. So address family dot internetwork socket type dot datagram. And protocol type is going to be UDP. Okay. Broadcast socket dot we don't listen, do we? We just kind of send, don't we? Or broadcast socket dot bind to new IP endpoint of IP address dot loopback with port, we'll say a good peak port, 42069. Why not? Um, we'll initialize this to null. Then broadcast socket dot. Oh, we need to make it static as well. Dot send UTF or encoding dot UTF-8 dot get bytes of JSON. We do send to tag. We don't bind because we don't. It's not duplex. It's just monoplex communication. Question is this going to cause peak to crash? It very well might. We're now straight up broadcasting everybody's status. Taking a long time to connect, isn't it? Okay. My plugin is not running, is it? It did not get rid of the logging. I'm going to take the wild guess and say that it's probably not working. Um, I legitimately don't know. Um, really, what happened to all of my using systems I put before? I legitimately don't know how to use UDP. I've never done UDP network programming before. Attempt was made to access the socket in a way forbidden by its access permissions. How do you mean? Okay. Um. Hmm. Literally just going down this Stack Overflow thing. Okay. Then we get rid of broadcast socket and we just call udp.send. Data.length. So I need to get an immediate from this. So theoretically, this works. We logged 20 megabytes during that, by the way. That's how often it was blowing up. Okay. Okay. Now, all I have to do is make a timer. A period of, let's say, 10 milliseconds, 5 milliseconds. And then UDP dot receive. What is the type of this? Byte array. Okay, so string out data equals coding.utf8.getString of buff. label one.text equals out data. That this is the startup project. It should be active right now. It's still sending all of the data. I forgot to write ref. Hmm? So then do I not bind the peak plugin? But I do bind the status view. Okay. I want to copy this here as a reference. Put it in the top left. Honestly, I'm just very impressed with how easy it was to modify the game. Okay. Doesn't it say like a name on the bottom of this? Yeah, Jonathan. All right. Um. Okay, so it has updated a little bit. Oh, you know what it probably is? I'm not right. I'm not consuming this data fast enough. Right, this will force it to stay up to date. Oh wow, that is very up to date. Okay. All right, well, how up to date are we talking though? I mean, I could go fall over really quick. Cause it to update a lot. Hmm. All right. I mean, that's pretty good, honestly. Now let's add um the player's stamina and the player's um extra stamina. Okay, so stamina equals character dot stamina. Okay. It should just be that easy that we just launch both of these apps again and it should just work. Really, it seems the hardest part is going to be rendering the status bars. And that is going to be a huge question mark because I'm probably going to have to very heavily modify my peak. I'm probably going to have to like create a second window with Unity and do a bunch of rendering. And it's only maybe going to work. Um, Restart. 50 watch stream? What the hell? Holy shit. 50 is wild. But welcome. We're doing a little bit of peak modding today. Which is why we're in the software and development category. Also, congratulations on being first. It costs 15% stamina to running jump. That is a lot higher than I thought. Also, do you want to see something funny? So if I am holding give up while I recover, I wait for this to go down. If I'm holding it while I recover, you can see it still says my death timer is 33.5%. It does not actually reset your death timer when you like recover. So if I go down again, I start 1/3 already dead. In fact, you'll always be 1 second down on your death timer every subsequent time you go down. So you start with 60 seconds, and every subsequent time you only have 59 seconds down before you die. It's a very niche problem, and most of the time you're not actively trying to die. So I think they missed it in testing. The question is, do I write a bug report to aggro crab and to landfall? Maybe actually. Actually, I am the only person who seems to have noticed this. There's not a discussion for it on the peak bug reporting thing. A lot of people are talking about climbing being broken. I guess the first thing I should do to determine if this is an actual issue is we've determined it happens when the game is modded. So we can launch the game vanilla using my mod manager here. And we'll know that it's vanilla because I have two things that will put things on the screen. So if I load into the airport and there's not a bunch of shit on my screen, then we're playing vanilla. Like guaranteed. So let's do a quick bit of testing here. It will be very obvious if there is shit going on. I'll talk about one of your tags. Oh, no, it still didn't load vanilla. I got lied to. Speaking of talking about one of your tags, Big Chungus found a TikTok about a cat named Big Chungus. Yeah. Okay. I have now fully uninstalled Bepinex. Didn't watch that cat page for your whole breakdown. Okay. Fully unmodified version of the game now. I uninstalled Bepinex. Nothing is running. Not even Peak Unlimited. So if we come into here, start a run. I might have to repeat the reason I'm doing this. Let me hide this thing here. So, what I want to show, and I'm being concise with this because I only have 30 seconds to say it, but what I want to show is that the death timer does not reset uh when you recover from being down. So if I go down and I lose a bunch of time, when you hit 0, when you hit that, you'll recover. If I go down again, it starts where it left off. It doesn't recover when you go up. It only recovers the second you actually come back, and you still lose a second of your next down. Okay, so now I can report that in the Peak Community Hub. Where's the forums? There's the forums. Bug reporting. Okay, I need to actually clip this. Or will it just be the last? Um, I might edit it so that I have the 60 seconds. Okay. Ad time. All right. We'll see you in 3 minutes, everyone. Just for me. Thank you. Welcome back. Um, all right. I've posted my bug report. I think it is a relatively serious problem because you can lose as much as 20%. Sure, you have to be holding E to die if you're doing that. And it could be said, if you're holding E to die more quickly, then you probably want to die more quickly, and the whole dying more quickly thing is not really a problem for you. But I maintain that what if you think that you're gonna like blow off in roots and you're like, oh, it's so Jover, and then you recover and then you live. So I don't know. Not really my problem. I have to reinstall X. Um Wait, I didn't mean to do that. Shit. No. Okay. I have to reinstall Peak. Have to build this again. Rebuild it. Not an option. Okay. Now, theoretically, all of my mods are reinstalled. Oh. I have to start X, or I have to start Peak to get X to run. Now I have to build this again. Why is Peak not? Why is it not doing the thing? Do I have to install X manually? Oh, I have to click start modded for it to actually push all the items. All right. I apparently did not wait long enough. Okay, 1 minute. Why is it not making the X folder? Wait, but the thing is loaded. What? Huh? Why is Bepinex not writing to the directory? Where is my Bepinex install? Ah. Okay. I need to change where this saves. This goes to here. Apparently we're R2 mod manager. Oh, you know what? That's probably why I have to run it from R2 mod man. Because otherwise it won't see my stuff. I'm a little curious to see if it'll run my thing though, because it's not in a folder. It's not in the same like directory structure as it should be. How it works. Okay. The altitude is for some reason an integer. That's slightly annoying. Kind of wish it wasn't an integer. Oh well. Who cares about the poison? Poison never bothered me anyway. Did a lot more. The button strips are a lot more poisonous than I remember. How am I hungry? Casual 187 and a half poison. Okay, I win these. I tried the cinema pose. Didn't work. Oh, I didn't check to see if it said dead true or not. Kind of important. Maybe I should maybe I should keep like information about players' inventories as well. So I'm gonna be putting like everybody's status. Put their inventory as well. Okay, that does work. Strangely enough, the death timer keeps going. It doesn't actually stop ticking when you die. Which means we could theoretically see if it wraps around and you undie. Probably not. I mean, we can see. Go to character. And go to death timer. It puts you at negative 5,000, negative 5,000. Which should theoretically mean if... Hold on. Or is it... It's X, Y, Z. Yeah, so actually puts you 5,000 meters upwards. Which means if I die, my altitude should go really high. Just curious. Yeah, my altitude goes to 8,000. Is it? Altitude 8,000. Interesting. Okay. Oh, Fuki, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We are modding Peak to include a lot of information about uh, your status. If you want to see some of the fun things that we've found so far, if I load in, right, and I become a skeleton, if the game would load. If I become a skeleton, right? So you can see at the top we have a bunch of information up here, right? And if I die, you can see, or no, you can't because death is in the way. Where is that actually? Here, we'll just show the. You can see in the top left corner here. Can't see the mouse cursor, can you? Well, in the top left, there's a number that says 8,000. That's my altitude. So I died so hard I went 8,000 meters into the air. But yeah, welcome everyone. We are preparing for a 32 player peak session on the 28th. Um, we do still need more people though. Fuki, do you have peak? Fall off. This isn't even really an escalator. This is just a conveyor. All right, I can invite you to the server. Um, I can find my Discord. It is. Um, it's gonna be 32 players. We're playing Ascent 7, and the goal is to get everybody to the top. Hopefully we can. Probably people are going to die. It's Ascent 7, and we're gonna be so low on hunger. You've never gotten to the top? Want to fix that? I mean, fuck, I can run one right now. Well, that's unlucky. I wonder what the chance is for you to fall on your ass. I can literally look. I have the game's code up right here. How often do you fall on your ass when you backflip? How does it know which one to do for a backflip though? All right, thanks again for stopping by. I wonder how it knows to how does it choose whether or not you fall? Huh. here we go. Backflip routine succeeded. Hmm. What calls this? Uh, it's given in as a parameter. Interesting. Ah, so it literally is just a 50% chance that you'll fall on your ass. Here, I can prove it. So here is the code that determines what happens when you call backflip, right? So play emote at the top will start by generating a random value and comparing it with 50%. And if it's higher, then it will be true. Otherwise, it will be false. We call RPCA play remove. The remove procedure call probably animation play remove. Um, and it passes in the emote name and the flag, which is the random true or false. So in the play remove, if we have a scout emote backflip, right, and a bunch of things to make sure that you're able to do it, you're not falling or already emoting or or unconscious, it'll start coroutine with the backflip routine, and the succeeded is that random 50% chance. So it literally is a 50% chance that you fall on your ass. How exactly does it work? So instead of the animation being allowed to finish, you fall for 1 second. It is unironically a really funny idea to put a 50% chance to fail your backflip. All right. I want to know. Um, all right. So where do we find whether or not you are um uh I don't actually see it there. It's probably in data, I had to guess. horse win? See. Oh, we should also include whether or not you have invulnerability. That's a strange raid message, I would say. Hey, Brand, what's up? Um, where do I find how long we have left in fortified milk? Hmm. I have a flag for is invincible and is invincible milk, but it doesn't tell me how long. Hmm. Yeah, I can change the window to the IL spy. Flashbang warning. Here you go. That's your flashbang warning has expired. So this is what I'm looking at right now. This is Peak's actual game code. Let me reset the transform so it's not weird scaling. Okay. It's Peak's actual game code. Um, I'm trying to find where you get um your fortified milk set. I need to know that to keep track of your statuses. Probably just called milk. Oh, not called milk. Um, okay, let's do this. By mass affliction. Your affliction is null, bro. Oh, peak. Land crab. That's perfect. I love that. Any weird things in the Ask Bing Bong? Nothing crazy in here. All right. Where is action consume? Doesn't seem to do much. Item. What is item? Item is an item. Crazy, I know. Um, Wave refund. So I know that Peak was developed using a template. So I wonder how much of this is like old template code. Injury sphere. Hmm. I'm just gonna look up milk. Ah, yes, the Bing Bong shield. Um, okay, so it's an affliction. Affliction faster boy. Lovely. What is chaos? Oh, I guess this is the Pandora's box. Anyway, hey, keep disconnecting from Twitch, which is grand. Love that. So it looks like it's based on the affliction type. So now what I need to do is determine how I'm going to figure out. Okay, so this is how you check it. So we can do um we can do this. Um Character refs afflictions has affliction type invincibility. That's always from milk because the other one is called Ping Pong Shield. Um then invincibility time left equals milk affliction dot total time minus milk affliction dot time left or time elapsed. Invincibility time left equals math dot clamp. Invincibility time left to 0.0f and 99.0f. And then else if we have Bing Bong Shield, then invincibility time left equals 1.0f. Right? Okay. I'm not super into oh, my stream restarted, did it? It's gonna keep running ads. That's not great. I wonder if YouTube segmented. YouTube usually doesn't segment. Speaking of, I don't even have YouTube chat open. All right. Um, this is really all the things that I was. Oh, I need to do infinite stamina too. Um, yeah. These are really the three main ones I wanted was infinite stamina, numb, just because it's kind of funny, and if we end up on roots, it'll be really funny. And then invincibility is obviously we like to see that. I do have to figure out how I'm going to render all of this. It's gonna be kind of involved, which is gonna be weird. Um, because realistically, I'm probably just gonna have a I mean, there's a lot that I want to do, and a lot that I probably will not be able to do. Um, I might be able to inject an entire like render everybody's health bars thing. Um, well, first things first. I need to determine whether or not this even works with multiplayer. So I'm gonna get rid of this on-screen flashy thing because it's annoying. Um, and I need somebody to play Peak. Um, hey, my Twitch notification went off. A Nox. Can you open Peak for a bit? I need to see if this works. I literally have no way to test this. I could buy Peak on another account and just ignore the fact that that's an incredibly rash financial decision for a random thing I'm doing. Where did my Steam window go? Here it is. Okay. Why is it not sending data? Is it not sending data or is it not receiving data? Those are two very different problems. And I don't have any way to know, do I? Oh, you know what? I started the game not through RT Mod Manager, so there's none of the mods are running. That's why. Wait, I can't even connect to Discord. Here we go. All right. I may also need to manually edit my config for Peak Unlimited because it only gives you up to eight cheat backpacks, or no, up to 10 cheat backpacks. And we might need more than that. We're gonna have 32 players. I've also entered the collab server to see, hopefully somebody pops in and is like, yes, I want to peak. Just a bit of damage for the I could swap to the peak category. Um okay. I'll just do it myself. The problem is that there are two games on Twitch named Peak. Oh wow. That's wild. The other game changed its name to Peak 2025. I think they know that they're not as cool as actual Peak. Okay. So I'm just gonna play some Peak. This will be kind of a stability test. And also just to see if there's any major issues with it. Imagine how sick that would be. Fall on your ass and then you do a backflip to get back up. You know what? Hold on. Hold on. Hear me out. We gotta play on a Sun 7. The game staying at no. Why is the game performing so poorly? It's a Twitch preview. It's probably the Twitch preview. Minimize a bunch of windows really quick. All right. We now have like 1/3 as many windows open. Okay. Let's get the coconuts. Even though I've done a little bit of thinking, and I don't actually think coconuts are very good. In terms of, we'll say, energy density. They're actually kind of the worst. Um, they don't get you much, unfortunately. At least not for as heavy as they are to carry around. Extra stamina. Best way to stall for stamina to regenerate. Yeah. I love the really intense metallic sound it plays whenever you get hit by a coconut. I'm gonna freeze to death. Night is already falling. Too late. The only problem is it keeps trying to push me off the face. I'm constantly slipping down. Well then, hang out right here. Well, that's unfortunate. That was regular. This is so sad. All right. I might do a 3-item run where we only have our pockets and we're not allowed to use backpacks. It's weird because it kind of balances out to where when you do 3-item runs, because you have so much more stamina, you don't actually end up losing anything. More thickments. Full bar of extra stamina is crazy. This early. We're going on an adventure. What the hell is this? I'll be fine. Hey, Hydra. We're working on some of the plugins for the. Oh, maybe I won't be fine actually. That's not good. Um, we're working on the plugins for the 32 player peak thing I'm wanting to run. Yeah, this run is super dead. I did not expect that I would get no healing items after very quickly going down, we'll say. Yeah, I need I need somebody else to join so I can see if the information gathering works for multiplayer. Because what I want to do is have like a second stream that will show everybody's statuses. So like it'll show everybody and their stamina levels and their altitude and all of that. The problem is I don't actually have anybody else here play the game and see if it works. Oh, that's a problem. My backup strategy. Um, Fortunate. I should have jumped in the fire. I would have been fine. That's actually an interesting point. You can live in the fog forever with the fire, can't you? 32 people seems extremely overwhelming. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people on the mountain. The idea is it's either going to be extremely easy or extremely hard. I have no idea which. There's going to be a ton of people who can like help you up and shit. And we're going to be able to go very wide across the mountain and like find all of the items and stuff. The only reason it's going to be hard is that we have to feed everyone. Actually, I was not going to use the pack this time. But yeah, the mod I'm using to allow me to up the player limit does also give you more food at the end of each stage. So that'll help because everybody gets 2 marshmallows. Means realistically we'll probably be okay. I just don't think everybody's gonna make it out. What do marshmallows do? They're food. So it's gonna be our #1 protection against starving. Especially in like levels like Mesa. It'll be like probably the only reason. They don't have any other effects? No. They're just there to combat dying. Worked so well for us last time, we're trying it again. Imagine. Just fires backwards. Barely, but we got there. But yeah, this is really the easy part because getting information and transmitting it over like sockets is super easy. The hard part's going to be drawing all of the bars because that's going to be something I can't do in like a Windows Forms app. Windows Forms isn't a fast enough graphics protocol to do that. I would like to use like an actually accurate renderer, but that's probably not going to happen. Just on the case of it's too difficult. For one developer who does not want to install Unity to do it once. How do you write plugins? There's a modding framework for Unity games called vtuber. And it allows you to load DLL files. And then there's another framework called HarmonyX, which allows you to prefix and postfix code onto existing game code. So for example, all of the code that's tracking all of my information is running on game service.update, and then after it runs after that. It's a postfix. Yeah. It's the same toolkit that they use to make Lethal Company mods. Given I only know that because the Peak modding wiki just redirects you to the Lethal Company modding wiki. To be fair, most of it's the same information. They're both Unity games that use vtuber to be modded. Only know of it because of rounds? I don't know what rounds is. Is it a remedy fungus? That was made by the same people as Peak? Which side? There are 2 different groups that made Peak. They came together to make Peak. It was a Landfall and Aggro Crab. Okay. I've never heard of rounds. That's weird. I've heard of like haste, and I think cluster truck was also landfall, wasn't it? Was cluster truck landfall? I could just be entirely wrong about that. Anti-rope spool. I can't use it. I love standing in the fire to heat up. Another anti-rope spool. Your spools cannot save me. I mean, mods carry a lot of games. You want to talk about a game that's carried by mods? Look no further than Minecraft. That game is absolutely trash without mods. It has been so long, and the game has not very much content, in my opinion, for how long it's been in development. And you have like the mod votes where they add one mod, or not mod, the mob votes where they add one mob. It's like you have the resources. You are backed by like $1 trillion company. Do at least something. Minecraft bothers me. Personally, I hate Minecraft mods. I think the game is decent by itself. Oh dear. We have exactly polar opposite opinions, don't we? I mean, there's nothing wrong with enjoying the game unmodded. I just think that I'm frustrated with the amount of content that they've added to the game over the years. I mean, they have been getting better lately, especially with like the Nether overhaul and like the I don't want an antidote. And the ocean overhauls. Those are cool. And then the end overhaul too. I don't play Minecraft regularly. That is probably another reason, is that I have played an insane amount. Oh, this is... I've never seen this before. Well then, I just die. I mean, I probably should have guessed that. The water is literally purple, but like... Yeah. It's also a lot deeper than it looks like. I don't think I recover. There's the right amount of content for its purpose of sandbox. Yeah, maybe. I'm mainly into like the I like the... Am I gonna recover? Or am I just gonna start getting spored again? I am actually going to recover. Um. Oh, does it only give me spores when I start moving? Um. I can't really do anything about this. Yeah. I've never seen the spore water before. Um, well then. Wild. But yeah, I mean like I'm more into like the industrialization mods, like industrial craft. Um and like build craft, like making fucking insane quarries. I had one server we ran, where it's just an insanely large quarry to the point where the game started to lag. Um, it was, I want to say it was like 300 by 300 chunks of quarry. Just an insane amount. You might even say unreasonable. Um, Weirdly enough, I have time left on invincibility time. up with that? But yeah, you're right that a lot of people are into like PvP and speedrunning and building. I have on multiple occasions decided to do like building things, like projects. Actually, one of them is supposed to be like the I forget what they're called. 0 out of 10 writer. I can't even remember the name of a fucking entire race of people. It was gonna be a like an underground civilization. It was gonna be like their capital. I just ended up not doing it. Terraria is just more fun for me in every way, including building. See, now that's something we agree on. Terraria is crazy. Yeah. I'd say that Terraria holds up on his own with the amount of content it has. Because like there's so much in Terraria. And I think it definitely holds up. I actually hadn't played modded Terraria until like last year. Just because I've always been satisfied with how much content there was. Every time you've seen or tried modded MC is genuinely worse than vanilla. Um, there are definitely a lot of mods that are not actually great for the game's like balance and stuff, because a lot of mods are really poorly balanced. I'd go so far as to say probably most mods are very poorly balanced. But I mean, like, I think that I like mods like Buildcraft. They do kind of trivialize mining, because like you end up with a bunch of quarries mining for you. But I think it just kind of changes the priorities. It also depends on what mods you're using. I mean, obviously it does, but like equivalent exchange kind of annihilates all balance the second you get one of the solar EMC generators. They're called condensers. They're not condensers. Are they condensers? Energy condensers? Or is that the name of the thing that does the thing? Mods that add bosses and stuff are like pretty bad. And once again, it's gonna be a thing of like which mods, but I mean, I can't think of any mods that add bosses that I liked. But I also don't usually play mods that add bosses. So it could just be a selection thing. Like I said, I usually do industrialization. I mean, to be fair, the core of Minecraft's like combat system just isn't good enough to make good combat, I think. The funny thing is to me that people want it to be back like in 1.7 where the winner of combat was whoever could get themselves carpal tunnel first. Absolutely hammering left mouse button. I don't know, I just think that combat in Minecraft in general is just really poor. The gameplay loop of Minecraft is just poor, is just bad aside from its building. I kind of agree, honestly. It's just there's not a lot there. You mine to get materials, and then you're like already 70% of the way through the game. The second you hit diamond, you're like, there's not much left. The only thing that's really left is to get an enchantment table and just get prod 4, get netherite ingots, and then progressionally you're done. And it takes you maybe 4 hours. Then you can go fight the Ender Dragon and the Wither and maybe the Wardens if you feel like it. And like, it's just not much once you get There. The bosses are super lackluster. Yeah. I honestly think that I would put the bosses of Minecraft on par with mod bosses. They're all just kind of shit. The warden's kind of interesting because he like forces you not to just run up to him and left mouse button until you win. Um, but generally, I feel like the bosses of Minecraft are pretty shit. And before anybody calls me just a Minecraft hater, I've sunk more hours into that game than most people would ever think to. I probably have 5 or 6,000 hours in Minecraft. Probably more. Actually, I probably have something like 9,000 hours in Minecraft. It's the only game I played for like 6 years. Yeah. Yeah, I agree that it's kind of an unfair comparison for Terraria and Minecraft. But I mean, I just like Terraria. Fun. Uh, Rip rope cannon because I need this. I need to burn. Oh, I should have opened this first. That's all right. Why am I here and pissing up here? The Book of Bones. Actually, that's kind of crazy. We're gonna use it. Oh, I forgot to cook it first. Oh well. All right, I don't need food anymore. Still cook food to get extra stamina, I guess. But does burning heal me? Because I was freezing to death. So burning very quickly just means that I get rid of that cold more quickly. All right. Now we do the quick fun test of does this cause injury if you're a skeleton instead of spore? Nope. Cool. It's weird. I feel like I've been seeing variants of levels that I've never seen before recently. Like we have the lava falls in Alpine. When I was playing with JMac. Um, Now we have like the stinky water. Like the game feels so different. I feel like I have to like pay attention again. I also have, I guess you go over the vines to get past these without dying. I'm just like looking down into the water. I expect there to be just like some random zombie guy. Like, hey, die time. One moment. Heard a very heavy impact sound. Something has just fallen upon me. Right. If you had to pick only one game that you're ever allowed to play again, what would it be? Cannot be a franchise. So I'm assuming you mean... Okay, when you say cannot be a franchise, do you mean that I cannot choose franchise games? Or... Oh, there was a guy. There he is. Fuck that guy. Can't be a franchise game, or do you mean I can't choose a franchise as the games, but I can choose one game from that franchise? Okay, got it. Um, that is a good question. It'd have to be a game with a lot of variety. Am I allowed to mod the game, or is it vanilla only? And we'll say for the sake of argument, I can't choose like a game like Roblox. Yes, modding allowed. Okay. It'd have to be a game that has a lot of breadth. Um, that is true, yeah. One second. Cook a if I cook a mandrake root, doesn't it also cure poison or cure curse? It does. And they appear in root, so I actually need to find medicinal root. Those are gonna be important for getting my stamina back from trash. Other than that, I literally don't have much of anything I could get from item boxes that would be helpful by this point. The only thing that's really nice is the milk because it heals me 100% from injury. But honestly, if I've taken injury, I'm probably dead anyway. Um, Trying to think of games that would be good to mod. Because, I'll be honest, Minecraft isn't even on the list of things I'm considering. Terraria isn't either, though. I mean, Terraria would have a lot of breadth, but, I just don't know that it would be good for this is the only thing you can play forever. This is ballsy. Um, I mean, Terraria is kind of up there, though. There's a lot you can do with its engine. Terraria NES Tetris? Sorry, you can't just drop that and walk away. Like, that's not the craziest shit somebody could say. What the fuck do you mean NES Tetris as the modding game? What are you gonna add? NES Tetris is goated? Look, no, just as a game? Oh, yeah, no, that's fair. Um, infinite playtime. And at some point, you're gonna go insane from the music. Music is great, but cannot listen to great music forever. Um, Still need medicinal root. Put on your own music. That is fair. That is something I hadn't considered. You can just mute the game. Um, Additionally, you could just mod the music too. Yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, I think part of the reason I'm having a lot of trouble coming up with one is that there's not really games that I would ever be interested in playing that much anyway. And then also, the other thing is that I feel like games recently have been really shitting the bed. So it's difficult to think of a game I would even want to play. Much less one that I would want to be my only for all time. Why am I taking this? I don't need this. Um, like part of the reason I got into game development is that the industry is so corrupt that I feel like it's almost trivially easy to win. Like you have these AAA game studios just absolutely shitting the bed left and right. Just awful products. And like all you need is one guy with like $2,000 to make a really good game. Yeah. Uh-oh. Please don't make me use my milk. I need it. Actually, this is probably the level I would want to use it on. Alright, fuck it. Getting tired of getting stuck on the walls here. We're moving up. We're going on up in the world. I might be stuck now. Shit. That actually is kind of bad. Maybe I can get up on that ledge. Yeah. I mean, I could probably still make my game. My game is okay, for reference, my game is canceled. Because I can't I can't afford to fund it. Oh shit. You're a problem. Get me out of here. Actually, wait, you're not as much of a problem. Well, the problem is that I'm gonna take damage from you. That damage is scaled up a lot. Should have jumped that. Yeah. I probably didn't have to run from him, actually. $76 help fund, yeah. But yeah, I couldn't afford to, because I cannot do sprite work. I am really bad at drawing, is the problem. And I wanted to make a game that was like it's like a side-scrolling, it's like Hollow Knight, honestly. And I just can't afford to do the sprite work. It's too expensive. I did some math, and the player character alone would have costed me like $2,000. Yeah, pixel art is really hard too. I'd say it's one of the types of art that you need to have the most knowledge of what you're doing to do it and make it look good. Yeah, you have 32 pixels by 32 pixels. Draw a fucking dragon. How are you gonna do that? Well, this fairy lantern won't help me, so. Goodbye, fairies. To talk about. But yeah, it's like it was too expensive is the problem. Yeah. That's where I got caught up. Is the sprite work? Because I wanted like I don't want my part of the reason that the sprite work was so expensive is that I wanted to have a lot of different sprites for the character. Because I want, you know, obviously the main character to be a very detailed like sprite. I wanted there to be a bunch of like special animations for certain things. Make a factory game with barely any sprite worker characters at all. That is true. It's funny too, because that game was actually the result of another game being canceled because I didn't. Okay, so there's a thing that people say, which is don't make your like big project first. So I was actually gonna make a different game about a different character, but then I decided I would do this one instead. I should mention the game that I was gonna make, the second one, is actually a serious story. And that's one of the reasons I made my channel, was because I was gonna stream development of it. And my name back then was Asaria Dev, and now I am Asaria VT. And the funny thing is, I'm not currently appearing as this area anyway. It's such a mess. I'm a mess. Yeah. But yeah, there were like a bunch of things I wanted to do. Um I still do want to do it. It's just like it's tough to find a way to fund the project because the thing is, right, there's a bunch of things you can do. Somebody was telling me about like, oh, well why not like why not get an artist and do like revenue sharing? And my problem with that was if I do revenue sharing, then now I have a duty to this artist to make this a product that we can make a decent amount of money off of. And that's not why I want to make games. And it's like, it's kind of rough because it's like, it is kind of a, yeah, that's another problem too, is I have no renown. I'm just some guy with ambitions. Ambitions and no ability to make them happen on my own. Um, but yeah, that was the main issue. It's just like I don't want to have to make it a product. I just want to make a game that's fun and like cool. And I feel like revenue sharing, because if I don't make it a product foremost, right, then the artist doesn't get like they're worthwhile, right? So it's like it's tough. Economically, it just didn't make any sense. Um, that entire project was also a response to the whole Unity like licensing thing. Because I'll tell you right now, Asaria was actually going to be made in Unity, and then they did the licensing thing. It was a fucking thing. Why is the ads counter counting up? It shouldn't be. It seems accurate. Um, you just gotta learn Godot. Yeah, that's the play. I made my own game engine, and it was just as bad of an idea as it sounds. Um, this mountain's pretty hard, but yeah. I also had another game that I was working on, um, which is like, so if Asaria is canceled, this game is like turbo canceled because I'm not going back to Unity. That much is for fucking certain. John Ricitiello, he doesn't work there anymore, but John Ricitiello can kiss my ass. Um, but the problem is I also have taken a one way, so I'm kind of fucked. I gotta go in there. Um, the project was a 3D game, and the problem is I will probably continue using my own engine, and that means that if I want to make this game, I have to make a 3D game engine, and that just sounds like a grand time. I mean, I could use Godot. I probably should use Godot, but look, at this point, there's a lot of sunk cost fallacy. Oh yeah. I mean, to be fair, they made Peak in 1 month, so I guess it really depends. I don't know that they had a budget. It was a game jam. It wasn't meant to be a commercial product. It wasn't even meant to be successful. They were gonna drop it and then just abandon it. And then it did incredibly well on Steam, and they were like, "Oh, guess we're supporting this." Don't really understand why it was so popular. It's the idea of the friend slop game. Here's how to make an incredibly good indie game that does very well. It's actually not that hard. You make a game where you are technically cooperative. Is it just having friends? No, I get that. That shit. It really is one of those things where you have to have friends to play it. I'm currently peaking solo, and it's one of the things of all time. That's for certain. It also kind of helps that this mountain is incredibly hard compared to yesterday. But you make a game where you are technically cooperating, and then give your players ways to die in a funny way, such as hitting this backflip button and then falling on your ass and then dying. Or give your friends a way to kill you, such as throwing a coconut at you or hitting you with a blowgun. See, now you have content, right? Because people are going to be streaming this game invariably, and when those things happen, your game is going to get a lot of press, right? So you have eyes on your game now. And then people are going to want to play for themselves. So now you also have a lot of sales. You get it big because of streaming, or was it just big right away? It probably got big a lot in part due to streaming. Because, I mean, like, people have to find out about the game somehow. And sure, marketing will get you somewhere, but it's not going to get you all the way. You need people to see the game in action. Because it is very rare. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a game on Steam where they just straight up put somebody playing the game. I mean, you might see a gameplay trailer like in Valorant where like they turn a corner and they shoot Yoru or something. No, like that's not gameplay. Like just fucking 30 minutes of a guy playing the game and seeing what happens. Right? That doesn't happen. But it's also the most honest look somebody who is on the fence about buying the game can get about what the game is. Yoru. Look. At least he's not Cypher. He doesn't get shot in every single cinematic. But like this kind of streaming is a very great way for somebody to tell whether or not they would like it. Every Yoru main has less than 30 IQ. Yeah. I did main Yoru, and I am an actual idiot, so. But an Omen main, so I'm surprised. Yeah. I feel like Omen is probably the Valiant or the Valiants. Uh-oh. Ow. I only just barely died, which is kind of surprising. I would main Sage if I had a duo. Yeah, Omen's probably my least played hero. Champion? What the fuck are they called? Radiant. That's the guy. Agent? Oh yeah, that's right. Honestly, today's mountain is rough. Radiant. Is he? Look, he's a Radiant. Shut up. He's literally a Radiant. Look, Raze is just here because she has grenades. Maybe I just do the mountain on peak, honestly. Shit's rough today. Um, I mean, you are right. I don't even think, I think, Viper's also not a radiant, is she? I don't need flares. What am I doing? Yeah. Tejo's also not a radiant, is he? Brimstone's not. Actually, like half the cast is radiants. There's a lot of non-radiants. Sova. No, Sova's not a radiant either. Just has an arrow that is pretty sick. I mean, I guess it depends. Maybe his ultimate is like a radiant ability, but it also could just be that he's got a very big battery and it like he's hiding it somewhere. Dude, you know you're getting tired when you almost casually drop he's got a big battery in his ass. Almost actually zero fucking hesitation on that one. Yeah. You don't have a battery up there? No. Mine got removed. Why do you think I'm sleepy all the time? Somebody stole my battery, dude. I could eat this even though it's poisoned. I'm sorry, what? I just jumped from there to there and took fall damage. Huh. But that doesn't. Okay. Whatever, man. What the fuck? Your favorite character in any game ever? Um, I don't know. I have a lot of trouble remembering games, honestly. It's been a okay, so I spent like a long time not really playing any games. Um, because I had so much work and shit. I just didn't have any time. This Dung Defender? I honestly can't remember him either. I know he's from Hollow Knight, but I don't remember the fight. Presumably there's shit everywhere. Um, Yeah. Favorite character in any game, huh? Yeah. The best voice lines, huh? I'm honestly kind of at a loss as to who my favorite game character is. Imagine just ejects me out of it. Well, speaking of, we might need that help. My hand was stuck in it. Wow, look at this. You have poison shrooms, a poison jellyfish, and urchins. This is literally where you go to die. We'll just shoot this here. Well done. I mean, I can't say I'm that surprised. Can't say I'm that surprised that that is how that went. Um, I mean, to be fair, you don't take very much fall damage on that. All right, I'll go up the normal way. So fun. Can we talk about how my altitude is like fucking 10? Did it already play The Fog Rises? Have I already made that high? Or have I not even made it that high? Can't think of a game to play or a character you like. Yeah, I've forgotten so much of what I've played. Maybe I'm just at the point where I'm like jaded and like a bunch of game stories just seem like boring to me. I don't know. But I can't even think of like story-based games I've played, much less a single character from them. That would be the coolest. I mean, I could go down my Steam library. That might take a while. Actually, I could put this in here. I have a scout cannon in my backpack since fucking when? Do I do in my free time then? Reading? Bold of you to assume I have free time. I stream and then do like software development work. So I don't actually do a whole lot in my free time. This essentially is my free time. And a lot of it is systems administration and trying to set up things and working on Coalescence, trying to bring it up to where we need to be to release it. Especially since wow, Johnson's crazy, dude. It's fucking really hard. Um yeah. It's a lot of like trying to get things set up right now. I mean, I could just say Bing Bong, but I don't think that I could say that with conviction that Bing Bong is my favorite character. I mean, as much as he's kind of kicking my ass, Nergigante is pretty up there. Bing Bong from Inside Out? No, Bing Bong from Peak. We love Bing Bong. He really hates us. We love to have him hate us. You see, we're in his airlines right now. Bing Bong. And Bing Bong like inanimate? Well, I mean, said it better than I can. Does it count as a character? Do you not consider this guy a character? Look at him. You really say no to that face? Not really. Maybe you're just too far away. Check this out. These are not functional binoculars. Hold on. Bing Bong, he's grand. Actually, in the first few weeks of the game being out, the developers, if you were streaming the game, they would like pop in as Bing Bong and they would like talk to you and shit. Look at him. Look at him.
I guess so. Okay. Great ask your... I'm not comfortable answering that. I think that's a bad idea.
Now we have to eat him. Wait, cooking this? Hold on. A lot of equipment has special effects if you cook it. So like the flare will well it'll do this. Yep. And the lantern will also do this. Can't remember if you can still use cooked bandages. Sorry, do they actually do more when you cook them? That's a lot of healing. No, they just actually do heal 30. I thought they healed 15. Well, I mean, I said I couldn't say with conviction that Bing Bong was my favorite. I was saying, for as much as he's blasted me, Nergigante is pretty up there. Hobikadachi is cool too. A lot of them are Monster Hunter characters. I guess it really depends. Like, having a singular category for everybody was really hard. Are you immune when you're on the ground? Huh. Your favorite Pokemon? Espeon. I was gonna say when did I cook this, but that's because I blew up twice. My top five? Um, Characters in general or Pokemon? Come back to me.
Yeah, definitely.
Wait, he still speaks? I thought I broke him.
No,
Oh shit.
maybe. No, 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 no.
That was if you torch compass. Pokemon? I mean, I'm kind of basic. It'd be like Espeon, Lucario. Um, I mean, Espeon and Lucario were really my top two. Um, I don't know. I don't play a lot of Pokemon either. I'm boring. Just thinking back to the Smash or Pass we did for the stream anniversary. Who did I smash? Here, book a smash. Who did I smash? Only 10. Sorry, Clefairy was one. I mean, Jigglypuff is also pretty cool. Oh, I got the timing. You were lying if you wouldn't smash a Ditto? I wouldn't. No fucking way would I smash a Ditto. I did a long explanation of this during the stream anniversary, but everybody is like, "Oh yeah, I would want Ditto." Look, you're not about to bust, and then you look up and it's the fucking Ditto face. That shit, that would that would be fucking terrifying. That would scar me. It transforms into you? First off, that rotation was wild. I would be more than anything probably off put by that. I love this. I love this fly straight backwards. Uh-oh. I might die. Hope I'm not on it. I might die from this. Smash for the experience. Yeah. I mean, the Ditto appears as you, but the Ditto doesn't understand you. All right. I have a question for you. Smash or pass Mewtwo? Yeah, Mewtwo. I love this like Looney Tunes like flyaway you can do. I love that picking up ping pong. Wow. Wait, did you see the damage on that? Check out the bing bong damage. Oh, that's me repeatedly pressing E to pick up bing bong. I love that holding ping pong is killing me. The Pokemon can't dominate me. It's a hard no if they could. It comes down to other factors. YouTube passes those other checks. Oh, that's a problem. I I might be dead. Cinema. Mudkip, Sylveon, Reshiram, Archie Ups, Victini. Sorry, do you have emoji just ready for them? Oh, I'm like super dead. I might even be worse. This might be like one of the things where you. Oh, no, I'm super dead. How did I slip on him? Yeah, Mudkip is Mudkip. Isn't Reshiram the like one from Pokemon White? Oh yeah, I'm turbo dead, aren't I? I might get up, but I'm just gonna be down again. No, I'm dead. Zekrom is in Pokemon White. Still thinking about the favorite character thing. I probably would go Nergigante. Just one of those guys. The Porcupine of Pain. At this point, I'm just like going through my library. I'm curious. Technically, I can say my favorite game character could be Shrek because of DreamWorks All Stars Kart Racing. What, you don't like Shrek? Shark reminds me too much of my ninth grade world history teacher. Damn, that's rough. Was he green? Nobody had eerily similar proportions. Damn. Put his hands on kids' shoulders. That's creepy though. Why is my eye twitching? So I'm currently not I'm not lit correctly. So the tracking is a little freaky. Oh no. I mean, I can fix the lighting. There. Now the lighting's correct. It'll be a little bit better. I'm gonna close peak for now. We might switch categories. Been working on peak for a while. The Twitch uptime is wrong. Glad I'm not dying? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're glad I'm not dying. Not quite yet, at least. Feel tired, but like I haven't done much. Working. Yeah, that's true. I did just play Peak for like 3 hours. But I mean, like, look, I had a thing on screen, so it counts. Checkmate. I was testing to make sure the game wouldn't crash. Don't think that's how it works? I mean, it's all a matter of optics, isn't it? Favorite character? Oh my god. The Gajoob. Of course, it's the Gajoob. You look at him, you will understand. Why does he look like he's just pissed off? He looks pissed. He looks pissed off. What? I can't put the Gajoob. He's too powerful. Hey, Nox. He's chill. He does look slightly pissed. Yeah. Hmm. He's pissed but with aura. Yeah, I just looked over and I saw the monster handlers. I didn't realize that the developers have their own like organizational name. I don't know anything about my singing monsters other than what you have brought to my attention. Yeah, no, Nox, you came in 2 minutes after I gave up. Yep. Yeah. I needed to test the player tracker. I need to stop reading the my singing monsters wiki. There's so much lore. Have a bone to pick with me. If you want to talk about having bones to pick, I waited for an hour and a half. A grievance. What's your grievance? Oliver has wished me a happy birthday, and all of you people haven't. Well, I didn't know it was your birthday. I'll tell you that much. But happy birthday. Actually, Nox, you see, I have in my user note for you birthday 3/XX, which means that I asked you and you didn't tell me the day. I mean, if I took the time to write down 3XX, he tends to not listen. Look, I have it written down 3XX. I've known since 3/6/26. Oliver didn't even know when my birthday was. He just paid attention to my status on Discord. Yeah, I don't read people's statuses. Only very rarely do I actually read them. Bad friend Assyria? Yeah, you're probably right. It's all right though. I've always been fake. I mean, to be fair, I'm pretty sure when we talked earlier, you were listening to music which overrides your status. Because if you're on Spotify, it'll say what you're listening to instead of your status. No? I don't know. This is my friend's status and their activity at the same time. I mean, to be fair, the sidebar doesn't have enough space to even write the words another year older without it being overridden. So for it to say the activity and the status in this amount of space, not gonna happen. You're on Nox's side? Alright. Speaking of you, Nox, actually, I got an interesting message on Mayoshi. You are no longer the only Nox. That's right. I've been booped by Knock Knox. I'm replacing you with Hydraloon as my head mod. Alright. I don't moderate anything anyway. I haven't been the only Nox for a long time. That's correct. I mean, look. There's a Nox King as well. Yeah, there's also a Nox in my story. Which predated that name. It's still so wild to me that you've managed to take two of the names of characters in my stories. Wild. Yeah. Who? Who's the other? It's a well, it's not the name of a character exactly, but it's the name of like a little species of a little guy. I think I've sent you the picture already. Smasher pass Ditto and Sir Coward. You get to make it use transform. Now hold on a minute. That's a little sus. Actually smash regardless. It's really funny. Hmm? What do you mean I don't get it? I get it, but I'm still not gonna do it. Love disc with balls? I'd pass. Smash. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Lucario is pretty good. Is that the Lucario from Smash? Oh, hey, Aunt. Welcome. From Pokken? But yes, welcome, Aunt. We were doing some peak modding earlier. Now they're talking about smashing Ditto. I mean, at this point, it's obligatory. And smash or pass Ditto. Smash without question. Am I just the only person that would be like off put by the fucking Ditto face? I cannot be the only one. Just flip it over. Paper bag. Damn. Whether it transforms or not, it would still be a good experience. I mean, they sell Vaseline by like the fucking gallon. The Vaseline doesn't have the face that really makes it. Ah, the tier 1 Gooner. You never expect it. Not a tier 1 Gooner? Yes, you are. That is getting wild. You're 3. That's right. There's a Gruner group on Mayoshi? What? They're actually? Well, groups is down again. Man. There's something wrong with the groups page, so there's a 500. It only has 3 members. We can make that 4. We could make it 5. Although, you're probably already in it. Imo. Imo? Oh, Immortal. That'll do it. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've even thought about Valorant ranked. Alphonix and Kalos. Kalos? Call it Kalos just because I know what's wrong. It's going to piss Nox off. Quilladen. All right, I need to do this too. Shit. I have a bunch of shit that I have to do that I just don't want to do right now. Uh, there's so much like that. I could edit videos. No, I can't edit videos because that computer's off. Shit. I really shouldn't have downloaded them. Learn to pronounce names, you uncultured swine. Who wasn't able to pronounce my name for like a year after meeting me? Hmm? That's right. Everyone. Not that hard. Actually, come to think of it, Ant is one of the only people who was able to pronounce my name when we first met. Probably update the game to be just chatting. And Ant is terrible at the words, yeah. I feel like it would be fun to do more just chatting streams. I feel like I have so much to do. I mean, if you consider it, most Pokemon could probably dominate you at threat of, like, violence and shit. Squirtles have, like, fucking water gun. It's literally a gun. I'm gonna follow too, just to put you one closer to your followers' goal. Much more chill than the current vibe you'd get. It would be so funny. It would be so funny. Sorry, wait a minute. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry. Is your fucking character name Diddy? Uh-huh. That's what they all say. The rival is FC. What an experience it is to be on this website. The most ambitious crossover. We're gonna edit my video backlog. I have so many things I need to get through to be back up to date. This is one of the ones I've been putting off a long time. I'm 3 months out of date, which is but I can't say I'm really that surprised. Why is it not letting me open this folder, please? How do I still have 4? Where are these coming from? Mostly named after chatters and drugs. Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Your chat has a way with names, that's for certain. Don't let chat name things. Yeah. Instead, we give the naming permission only to Ant, who always comes up with perfect names. Yeah. Holy fucking shit. Wait. That's actually crazy. Nox. This person said that they maxed out their HTML and CSS limits. And I was like, oh, bullshit. I They may have actually done that. And well, let me just show you. Look at this fucking profile. This profile is so fucking sick. There were like animations and shit. Like, what the hell? This profile is cool as hell. For reference, mine looks like this. Like, this is cool. Yeah. Mine is just cat owl. Yeah, it's invite only right now. Yeah, it's VTuber MySpace. That is entirely correct. It's VTuber MySpace, but people lose their minds when people put go live notifications in the bulletin list. Show your profile? Okay, I'll do that in a second. But I don't want to jinxie it. Wild. For reference, this website was made by someone named Links Jinx. Where is the yeah? So people are putting their go live notifications. But this is a community of only VTubers and none of the audience. So like nobody is clicking this link. So people have been like super angry about it. So like if I go to page 4, or maybe they've already moved on. Go to like page 8. Um, no, not page 8 either. Yeah, So this is like what people have been talking about. So people get like super angry. All right, let's show Nox's page. Here's Nox's page. Nox, you should change this color. It's hard to read. Nox, you should change it to the star. Yeah, a lot of what I see is like colors. Like what I see with when I look at people's profiles is like the colors are kind of fucked. Cause how many people are on this? I have no idea. Actually, there's an easy way to find out how many people are friends with you. Can I even see? Oh yes, so there's 14,000 people because everybody is automatically friends. This is the person who made the site. Um, so unless you removed them from your friends list, you are friends with them. Also they have the default background. Like this is the default CSS. But yeah. But what you see a lot of if you like look at people's pages is like the colors will be a little fucked because you have to consider all 4 site themes as well in your CSS. Cuz you can't just do like the classic theme. You have to do classic, dark, blue, and pink. Because the colors will all change and it'll fuck everything up. Max said there was a Gooner group and I was under the impression that was like 5 people. Like 3 people. I would love to look, but the groups tab is kind of fucked right now. So unfortunately, we can't really go look. My tamper monkey turned back on. Yeah. There it is. We talk about in a Gooner group. Gooning? I don't know, man. Like the terms of service don't like the terms of service forbid almost nothing. This is the entire terms of service, by the way. So yeah. See, I don't need your approval, Hedgerloon. RGB Duck said W page. So I'll take it. Never really thought of gooning as a social thing. Yeah. Oh, you guys want to see something sick? If I go into my settings, I go into appearance and I switch to dark mode, I have a different background image. I like cats, but that's not an S tier or even B tier cat. That's not a cat. It's a cat owl. Even lower than. Damn. Maybe scratching the surface of D tier. Go back to your gajoob. Three cats, two S tier cats, but my kitten is A tier because she walks all over my keyboard and it's really frustrating. Yeah. You have to put a little no cat sign. Everybody knows that they follow the rules. Why is this border not dark theme? That we don't worry about it. To be fair, this website, I think it's made by one person. They're just working on it as like a side project. And now there are 14,000 people on it. What's the second picture? The night cat owl. I made this in all of 3 minutes. We might be able to make that happen. We could make it we could superimpose. We could composite in a blunt for the classic theme only. What do we think? So stupid. Alex, are you currently lambasting somebody for not group gooning? Stupid. This is stupid. Wait. Why does it look like that? Why are you also not transparent? I might actually have to use this atrocious looking one. Why does everything that say PNG transparent on Google, it's actually not a PNG or transparent? Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna delete the background. It's gonna look fucking atrocious. But you know what? I don't care. What else can I give them? Yeah, let me switch um my window. What else can I give them? A beanie. All right. Yet another fake transparent image. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Oh my god. Wait, it's not even a PNG. This is a JPEG of a transparent checkerboard pattern. It's so small. What if we just leave it like this? What if we just leave it like this? We make JPEGs and fake transparent illegal. I fucking wish, man. Fucking JPEGs, man. I hate JPEG. And if you don't hate JPEG, you don't know why you should hate JPEG yet. And I pity you. It would be so funny just to leave the beanie like this, but I should probably not. It looks so much worse. Would you prefer this? Get a better beanie? Not a lot of good options. Yeah, let's take this one, which is also probably a fake. Yep. Is it still a JPEG encoded? Is it still a PNG encoded as a JPEG? Yeah. Grand. All right, let's try this one. Um, I don't know. This one doesn't look that good either. It looks better than that. The other thing that doesn't help is that every time I go down in the search like results, it gets worse quality. And it was already bad quality. So it's only going downhill from here. I just paint over this logo because it's been mangled a little bit. Eh. Make it a logo of a jube? No. Put something in the background. We just put a bonfire in the background. Just because it makes absolutely no sense and it's also going to be behind the gonna be behind the like overlay. So really just to see if anybody's paying attention. Put Bing Pong on the bonfire. Oh dear. I mean now I can't not do that. So I have to wait. Somebody just opened an app on Steam, so I can't actually do anything. The idea is cut out this. My guy, can you stop opening things? All right. Now we have to blur it because it's in the background. Maybe not that much. Maybe just a little bit less. The horn needs to be in there somewhere as well. I'm not putting the horn in there. Just because you didn't realize that isn't a horn, that's a bugle, sir. Oh dear. I have slightly fucked it. Shit. Okay. Now we have to get a bing bong. We'll just use makeshift surrender. That's fine. All right, and now we have to char him a little bit. You can't even tell it's bing bong. I might have cooked him a bit too much. 1 second. So dumb. Perfect. Might as well throw in a Teletubby. This is so random. Nah, I'm not gonna throw in a Teletubby. That wouldn't that wouldn't match the energy. That would be weird. Dumb. Very dumb. But it's kind of funny dumb, so. Wait, it didn't work. What? Where's my cat owl? What the fuck? Oh god. Ping pong isn't even on the screen. He's down here. Just a hint of Bing Bong. Just enough orange to know he's in trouble. I probably should replace Scrapple for some reason. Damn. See you later, man. I probably should make a an actual background. I kind of do like the idea of keeping my Yoshi page kind of weird and shit though. Because if I do actually want to make something that looks good, I should probably do that on my actual website. Like this one, where the best CSS I've done thus far is that there's a fucking rectangle. I really should like update this page. One day I will. But that day is not yet. Should put that on the to-do list. Add more to the goals. Make my website actually look presentable. One day. But yeah. I might actually call it for tonight. I'm having trouble focusing. Um like dissociated like 30 times. I don't know what's going on. But yeah. I am I'm barely here mentally. My brain's not doing it. Good night. Thanks everybody for coming by. We need to oh wait, we need to come up with our who are we rating? Who shall we blast? Um I have a couple targets in mind. Might go for you. But you've used my secret technique. So I might have to go for you. I've always been a long proprietor of this technique, so we are going to award even numbers the raid. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. I know today was a weird stream, but I want to get this peak stuff done so that we can have some cool shit happen when we get to the actual 32 player thing. If we can actually get 32 players. We're up to 8 now of 32. Um, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But everybody, we're going to raid even numbers 55. And see you next time. Hopefully less scatterbrain next time you try to work on it. Yeah. I think I'm just like, oh hey, what's up? We're currently raiding out actually. But yeah. I think probably part of the reason I'm scatterbrained is I just have a lot going on. Trying to get everything done. And holy shit, have I got so many things to do. But yeah, everybody, thank you, and I will see you next time. Oh wait, we need a raid message. You are never safe from the Azaria raid. WV point. If you're not a sub, just everything except for the emote. See ya.